All right. Oof. Good morning. Need to get back into what I was doing last night. Yeah. Better control method. Also, this is not a good variable name here. Stack. The stack in programming is different. I mean, I guess it's fine. Yeah, but I shouldn't use stack in this context, because I'm not actually doing like I think it's like first in, first out, or last in, first out. Yeah, I don't have a stack data structure, so I shouldn't call it stack. Instead, I should call it like, I don't know, and trace history. Like that. Like the history of the enter and leave step. Or like step history. Could even just do it like this. I don't have to have a nested list that just adds more complexity. So then it'll just be a list with every 3 elements it has. So it's leave, depth, result, or enter depth, and then the command. So then this would just be for each type depth string in step history. And this is not like the error stack. Or is it? Last in, first out. It kind of is. I think this one could be called an error stack because I'm treating it like a stack. I'm stacking the commands and then I'm taking the top one out. Yeah. This is a weird performance trick in Tickle that I'm going to be utilizing here. It looks really silly. And it is. Let's see. Pop. Error stack. Uses let's see here. Oh boy. What am I getting into now? I do not know what they're doing here. Fundamental functional operators in combinatorial logic. All function composition can be done. K is trivial. K of x and y is just x. substitution. So this K, I know K is used for like popping an item off a stack here. There are like libraries for this, but I'm trying to make a very basic library that doesn't require dependencies. I'm building from no dependencies an entire package like library, because not every package in Tickle is going to be 10 compatible. So I'm building up from that right now. I'm just going to do some testing from the command line, show the performance on this. Performance isn't like a huge concern for this thing. I mean, it kind of is, because like ideally if you could wrap something with flytrap, the performance decrease would not be like that drastic. It's still going to be more because you're going to be executing commands at every single enter and leave of every command, and depending on the depth that you provide, yeah, it can be pretty severe. So yeah, okay. So let's say if I have a list here, let's zoom this in. Let's say I want to pop an item off the stack here. I could say set list, replace list and end, and that pops that's last in first out. If you were doing last in last out, then it would be like this, and that trims off the first line of it. So I'm just gonna have something repeatable here. Set list. I'll say list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for example, and then we're gonna go set list. I'll replace list and. So that's something that's repeatable. So I'm gonna be able to time that. Let's time this 10,000 times. So we get a quarter of a microsecond per iteration, which is practically instantaneous. Now, if I then take this and do set list blank, it's supposed to be faster. I wonder why. I wonder if they've like made it so this is like not really useful. I know I've found performance increases from this before. Maybe I just need if it's like a longer list, then it's something that's more significant. I think that's what it is. Yeah, so if I say, set list 1 lmap x. I'll repeat. I have a 10,000 element list. Expression. I'll do a random expression. So here is like a decently large data set. And now if instead I say set list 1 here, and I'm not going to do it 10,000 times because that might be prohibitive, I'll do 1,000 times. 27 microseconds per iteration. Okay, now if I do set list blank here, you know what? It's not really making that much of a difference. I know I found performance increases before, but maybe it's not with this case. I'm just not going to worry about it. Plus, it makes it more confusing. Maybe they fixed it in like 8.6 so that it like recognizes this specific case of L replace and then optimizes it. That's what I would do if I was writing it. Pop error stack. Okay. Anyways. I could even call this like the command stack or something. Yeah. No, it is the error stack because then that's what is printed out. It's how it's handled. For each command, the error stack, if the error, yeah. Okay. Still haven't addressed this. I've just been working on renaming things. Step history, error stack. variable oh, this needs to go outside there. The air stack always needs to be appended. So you can say append air stack. If length air stack is equal to 0, no, 1. Turn. Oh, whatever, I'll go full screen. Okay, I think that would work actually. So I'm checking if it's equal to this phrase, which that's the body of debug. But then I also don't want it to print out the actual script. And so I have the error stack which then starts out blank and then gets added to every single time. I should have the step history always be available. Okay, I think that's good. It's pretty clean too, and I'll always have access to step history. So if verbose, then I'll always print this out. If not, then I'll only print it out when an error occurs. So we're going to push this to the stack, push, and pop. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, welcome, whoever joined. If you're not aware of Tickle, if you just joined, it's a programming language that was started in like the 80s, and it's used a lot for text processing, and it's used as like a scripting language for engineering, like for a few engineering softwares as well. I really like it. It's very dynamic, highly dynamic actually. Everything's a string. So if that scares you, then I guess this is not the stream for you. But I don't know, I'm just working on some stuff. I am putting together a package to do debugging. It's a pretty cool tool. I don't know if this tool actually exists in really any other programming language to my knowledge. It allows you to debug a script and have it pause and enter interactive mode at the point of failure. And so then you can like do some diagnostics. And it also prints out all the steps leading up to it. So I'm using some more advanced features in the language. So this is kind of a, if you're new to Tickle, this is like 0 to a million at this level. I'm using trace execution traces on a command which just does evaluation, which is kind of a weird trick, honestly. Typically, people use this to like just as like a diagnostic for like a procedure. So they're like, I want to print out every line of my procedure. Well, but I'm using it to build an entire debugger based off of arbitrary evaluation. So, and seems like it works pretty well. It tells me from this example what the file was, where the line is. I can see all the execution up to that point. I see what the error is, and then I have access to it. So if I want to know the error info, still working on it. The error info should be divided by 0. Why is that not showing up? Oh, interesting. The error info thing was overwritten. It's error code. Well, now I have another error, so. You know, this might not allow you to. I might not be able to have the default Tickle variables error info and error code. I might not be able to manipulate those in this, because I think it must get overridden. by entering main loop. I don't know enough about the variables, error info, and stuff. It's weird to debug this stuff because this is stuff that changes from internal tickle processes. Don't think that I should even have these lines here, because I don't think it's actually doing anything useful. Okay. Enter interactive mode similar to box. Okay. And the error info is already printed out here, so I don't. Aha! It didn't do that. The thing I was actually trying to do, it. Oh, that's great. Hold on. Okay. There's a level 1 fly trap. And then I'm gonna do a fly trap no. Okay. And for debug, I have perfect. Oh, wait. I wonder why this doesn't print out the result of assert. It should, I think. If I do assert 4 equals 4. Oh, no, there is no result because assert is... Assert doesn't returns blank or an error. So yeah, that's correct. So then, right now if I do debug, and this will be interesting. I wonder if I do a debug within a pause, what it'll do. So if I do debug assert for equals 4, well, let's just think simple. Set a 5. I wanted to be able to print that out. Maybe if I length of air stack is equal to 1, and the source bit is interesting. I added that line because I wanted to not say source in the file name. But maybe I should. Maybe I should have it do that. So otherwise, debug, it doesn't print out the actual command. Okay, try this again here. Thought I installed it. There it is. Okay, source example, a TCL. So if you do a fly trap, then it just basically is shorthand for debug source example or source file name. So if I do a debug set a expression 1 divided by 0 here, I'll throw an error in here. Interesting. Does it not allow me to... This is weird. Normally if I have that in here, if I did like... if I do the same code in here, debug set a expression 1 divided by 0, and then if I ran my test file here, it'll pause. But now it's saying the wrong line. Why is it saying the wrong line? It's not... Oh. Oh. There does need to be something for debug versus flytrap. Flytrap is with a file, debug is with a script. So with the debug, when it tells you the file it needs to go one step further to the main file. Okay. Variable debug mode or debug type. So I'll have one for file and the other one for one for file and the other one for just like a body of code. So for debug type, for just the regular debug command, it's body, like a, not a file source. This should be code to debug. So in the case of flytrap, which should be a specific case of debug, I don't seem to have another flag. Or I could call this, I could have another wrapper here. Flytrap. Okay. Just restructuring things a little bit. This will be capital D debug, and then this will be type. Body type. Oh, the wrapper. It's more of a an like abstract thing, not necessarily something in Tickle specifically. It's the concept of putting some syntax and input mechanisms around some more like internal command. So you can have an internal command that has much more clean and clear-cut inputs and outputs, and then you can have a public command that has a lot more user-friendly syntax. And so that's what I do sometimes to organize my code, especially if I have multiple code or multiple commands that do similar things. I did that a lot in another package that I released recently that I'm going to be making tin compatible. I have my ND list package here, and this has a bunch of n-dimensional array manipulation commands. And for example, the main command for n-dimensional list functional mapping is nmap. And this is a very general command. It is public, but it's general. So you have like a n-dimensional type, 1D, 2D, 3D, etc. And then you have a command, the n-dimensional list, and then additional arguments to append to whatever mapping command. And so I use this tail call command, which tail call basically replaces the current executing command with another command in the calling scope. So it's kind of like recursion, but it's stackless recursion. So you don't have to worry about Stack Overflow if you're only doing tail calls. And I'm not talking about the website. I'm talking about like the memory stack. So here the internal command is rec map, recursive map, and here it's much more like written for a computer, written for the programming language. So ndims is the number of dimensions, and then I have command, n-dimensional list, args. And then I have some more recursion in there. And then I additionally have more wrapper commands for specific use cases of nmap. So I have mmap for matrices, vector map, vmap for vectors, row and column versions of for matrices as well. And here I have a command, a matrix, and argument. So it eliminates the need to specify like a dimension in this one, and I just use tail call. So that's what I mean by a wrapper command. It's like you have a specific use case of an internal command, and then you provide almost like an alias of like, hey, I want to call it this for this specific case, but not have to like rewrite the entire code. So back to Flytrap here, I'm creating a wrapper, and I'm tail calling this internal debug command. The type would be file. Body. Something like that. But now I need to make sure that when... Oh, no problem. Yeah. It's, I almost think of it as like nesting dolls. It's just like... You want to eliminate as much excess code as possible for ease of testing, for ease of readability, for I mean, I can actually go back to my old code and understand it if it's organized in a way where things are nested and you don't have a lot of duplicate code. I mean, some duplicate code is okay, obviously. Like you don't have to like compartmentalize and package everything into subcommands. But when you have things that are repeated a lot, then you want to wrap that into a command or a procedure. Okay, so the main issue that I'm dealing with right now is that the evaluation of a body of code versus sourcing a file, it's not coming up with the proper file name when there's an error, when you're just evaluating a body of code. And I want to have both options. So with this one, it increments and tries to find the corresponding source frame. So it finds the frame that the leave trace is executing on when there's an error, and then it steps up from there until it hits source. I think if there's not, I almost think maybe I should have like a temporary file or something to write it to and then source it. That might be the way to go. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So in that case, for debug, we're actually going to flip this around. Flytrap's going to be the base one, and then debug is going to be one on top of that. Yeah. So set FID file, temp file. See template. I'm just going to create temp file. Okay. In terms of read write, go to the wiki for this. But I need... I wonder if there's something that I could use with source. No, it requires a file. File name. And then tail call flytrap. File name. We're gonna do that. And then flytrap, file name. Actually, I won't even need to do that. I won't even need to have that right there. Step through a file, expanding out all commands. Probably temp file. And this won't be tail call, it'll be up level 1 list flytrap temp file. Oof. Problem is, temp file is nice in the situation where I have to delete it. I have to delete it afterwards because I create a temporary file. And tail call is super nice because then it just exits here. Just like cuts this and like puts it above basically. Okay, let's try this again. Tail call, debug. Basically need this to go one step further. These don't need to be optional because they're already optional up here. It's gonna have like an offset. Source or eval. Debug source file name. Debug eval body. Get rid of this. I think it's a little bit clearer. And then I'll be able to use the debug type to change how I'm doing this. Really, it only matters here. So I should have a switch for debug type. Source eval. So I already know for source, it's this. And for eval, I'm just gonna print it out. Okay. This is now eval. Make sure that all of the commands are I'll make sure all my comments are accurate. Now that I've renamed some things. I think, well, this will work to an extent. I also need to add the variable here. Bug type. Debug type equals source type switch debug type. Source. Source lists. Yeah, it's confusing. So debug body list source data. Input eval input is the body itself. Determine debug body from debug type. Okay, I'm gonna try this example here. Okay, I got a bunch of errors. That's okay. Can't read debug type. No such variable. We have to define it. That's fine. Key file, not known in dictionary. Okay. Throw a pause on that. Okay. So there's the frame. Let's do info frame negative I. It's not going to be the same because we're adding frames by entering into this interactive mode. If I minus 1. Whoa. Okay, like adds 4 frames when I'm in interactive. Always makes it difficult to debug this. To debug the debugger. It's a bugger. For some reason, even though debug type is source. Oh, wait, no. No, this is an eval to start. Okay. If I say puts debug type or an eval. Okay, so that's fine. It's actually expected. I just didn't think about it. So I'm just trying writing this again. So it printed out all these frames for me. To debug type. Let's do that. And then I'll switch debug type here. Source set debug file, or just file name. I'm gonna get the file from the frame and set line. Let's do file name. File, line, or even better yet, I'm gonna copy this, throw it in another file for now. Undo all this. I'm going to throw a few more of these just to kind of a little more introspection here. Because I want to get to the calling. You know what? I might want to do info level -1 or -I. That will tell me what the frame is of the level above, which should be the file that you called it from. Oh, just -1, not -4. Bad level. Hold on. Info level. Let's do info level 0. See what happens. Okay. Well, the info level thing's not gonna work, but this does. I can get 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we do source, then it's going to be set frame info frame -I, and I don't think I need this while loop. I don't know why I have that while loop in there in the first place. I'm just going to throw an error if that happens. Eval increment I. So it'd be here, so we go 1, 2, 3. Yeah, increment I 3. Now, okay. I got a different idea. Let's bring this back. There. Eval. And we're going to say set line. I'm going to say puts debug body line. try that. I think that works. Oh. So if there's an error in, if you do debug, it'll tell you just debug body line. Otherwise, it'll tell you the file and then the line if you do flytrap. Yeah. Okay. Hello, welcome for joining. I am doing some live Tickle programming. Right now I am putting together a library for debugging Tickle code. Tickle is a programming language that's been around since the 80s, and I've worked it quite a bit, and I've developed some tools that have helped me a lot, and I'm working on making these available. So right now I just am running a test on this. It's a package that I'm creating called Flytrap. It's for debugging and development tools. Allows you to run a file and have it catch any errors, and when it does catch the error, it allows you to enter interactive mode from a batch file and do introspection at the level in which the error occurred. So it's pretty advanced stuff. It's using traces, which is basically like an event that happens when it's kind of like event programming in a way. I think I'm gonna commit that stuff. Okay. Organized. Both debug and flytrap are now wrapper commands, and there's one other thing that I didn't consider. If I source a file in here, it's probably not going to work. Source error example .tcl. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Set frame info frame -1. And then switch frame type eval I remember why I needed that while loop. I think I need to step through and find the frame where the actual debug command was called and then operate from there. So if I'm running this from interactive mode, there is a possibility that this won't happen. That you'll just get an error if it's already in interactive mode. But I have the base level. Hold on. Just need to put a bunch of print statements here. Info level, base level, pause. Level. Info frame, native flag. So I get the frame the leaf trace is on, and then I want to go one above that. I want to get file name if possible. Maybe if I do if catch. Set found trace true. Set found trace 0. I have a flag there. If found trace. How do I have -1 viewers? Wait, what? I have YouTube Studio open to the side. I have -1. How is that possible? Google. YouTube. Negative viewers, YouTube. Interesting. That was funny. Oh, it's back up. It's a 1. My view count dropped to -1 for a second. I don't know how that's possible, but I guess so. Okay. We found trace and there. Also, no, this logic isn't quite right. I have to separate out the logic like this. Else. I can have to do an else if. Okay. Find source above. If get frame type not equal source, set frame equal frame -1, handle eval case where no file, eval case on the command line. I can move this up here. Okay, and then so we're gonna do source. Otherwise, else, else, like this. Out file and line of error. this frame, negative I. Oops. Let's see here. Okay. One negative I plus 1. Frame, eval frame. Or error frame, rather. Try that. Okay, it gets the right one. This is expected or not? This is expected. No. Let's see. Did it get the right line in error example? Line 7, which was where it evaluated. Right here. Yep, it got the right line. Perfect. So if I wrap this in a catch, just to prevent it from printing on me, I'll go level 3 here actually. Start level 3. Doesn't change anything, it only goes to 2. Okay, good. Let's see what happens if the error is here, set x expression 1 divided by 0. Let's try that. Does not work. It's giving the wrong file. It's annoying. Just gonna print out all the frames. Okay. So let's take a look here. So printed out all the errors here. So I have type eval, it would find this one, the leave step. And then it needs to skip these two sources before it can get to that one. So I almost need to like add an additional one here. Switch debug type. Pause is defined, proc by you. Yeah, it's defined by me. Pause is a custom command. It'd be nice if it was a default. I'm working on making it extremely accessible. So see here. I think I just need to make sure that for these ones, I just check to make sure it's not the these two procedures, flytrap eval and flytrap debug. If exists frame proc and get frame proc equals this one, flytrap eval, pause. Yeah, I'll explain it in just 1 second here. Let me finish this line of thought here. In set proc if proc in flytrap eval and flytrap debug return. No, not return. Continue. Otherwise it'll break. Try that. Test. Okay, it's still not getting the right one. That's okay, I'll answer your question. Let me remove... Oh wait. No, I think it did... Hold on. I had the pause in there, that's the reason why. Okay, it does work. Cool. I think I fixed it. Now in this file here, not this one, this one. There was an error in flytrap test line 9, which it's close enough. I think I could still make it a little bit better because I want it to find this line right here. So it should really add. It should add the line of the file with the line of the actual body of the evaluation. I'll get there. Yeah, so if I do pause and I run this, to answer your question, is it Bijan? Is that Bihan? I don't know how to pronounce your name. So, welcome, by the way. What it does is you throw a pause anywhere in your code, and when you run it in TickleSH or run it in OpenSeas or whatever, it will then pause there, and you'll be able to like enter into basically a command line. So if I want to know what the value of A is, puts A, there we go. I have access to it, and this works at whatever level you're at. So if you're like deeply nested in like a procedure or something like that, you can throw a pause all the way down there, and then when it reaches that, it'll tell you the exact file that you're on, the line that it's on as well in that file, and so then you can go in your source code and be like, oh, this is the pause command that I'm at. And then you can do stuff. And when you continue, then it will continue with the code. So it just pauses it. Right now I'm working on debug/flytrap, which is similar, except it'll only pause when you reach an error. And then it'll pause at that point, kind of inserting almost a pause wherever the error occurred in your code, even if it was deeply nested in like a recursive function or something. So I came up with the pause thing a couple of years ago, actually, and then I've just built upon it. Pause actually uses another package that I also developed. I'll show you the code for it right here. Hold on, I wonder if I can do pause within. I think pause needs to be on its own line for it to work. If you throw a pause like inside a command nested evaluation, I don't think it'll work. Yeah. So all it does is it just gets the frame info of the caller. So whatever is calling pause, it'll get that frame. If it's not a source, that means you're in interactive mode and you're on the command line, and you shouldn't. Why would you pause on the command line? You're already in interactive mode. And then it'll tell you from the frame what the file is and the line, and then enter main loop. Main loop, this is a package I created called wob, for widget objects, and this combines like TK widget stuff and event programming and object-oriented programming, so you can basically create your own interactive widgets within OpenCs. That's the primary purpose for it, and each widget has its own interpreter, so it has its own set of variables that are independent. You can create connections between widgets with aliases, and then it provides the main loop command, which enters into an event loop where all of the events of the widgets are processed, and yeah, so there's two different options for main loop. It like enters like an interactive mode. You can have it continue when you press enter, kind of like right on, like if I open up, say I open up OpenCs right now, and if I press enter, I can do that. That would be like on break, or on blank continue. If I did on blank break, then if I press enter, then it would exit out of main loop. And so this uses like file events in Tickle. So you put a file event on the standard in channel, and when it's readable, you get the user input, and you append the user input until it's complete. Then you're waiting for it to be complete using a variable event handler. And then once it's complete, then it continues here. It evaluates the user input. And then if it's blank in any sort of way, it'll do that after user input. And then if the result is blank, it'll just, if the result is not blank, it'll print the result, just like in command, just like in the interactive mode. And then if there's an error, then it'll print out the error message. And if not, then it'll, if you use a break in it, then it'll return to caller. So you can get out of main loop by saying break. Oh wait, or return rather. Yeah, sorry. No, you use return. The return value of 2, return code 2 is the return code for the return command. And then, yeah, you can't do those things. But you can like return from main loop. You can return like a break or continue. It's very flexible. And then lastly, if there's any old file event on standard in for some reason, it'll restore that. And then return everything as if, like if there was an error or something like that, it'll return everything back to the main environment that you were working in. And then the rest of the widget module, or widget package, is a framework for creating TK widgets in Tickle and OpenCs. The reason why I do this rather than just like do package require TK and then build a widget is because, yeah, the widget package is super useful. I use it in Flytrap. Actually, there is a command here. If I do view vars, so here's a widget where I have all of my variables within the current scope. This shows all like the global variables, but if I was doing like a procedure, I'd be able to pull up all the variables, and then you can expand it out and stuff. You can like copy this, paste it, stuff like that. And then if I close out of here, Okay. Still need to fix this one last thing with main loop, and then, or not main loop, with flytrap, and then I'll be ready to release this. Yeah, if you want to use, I think I already released wob as a tin package, so if you want to try it out for yourself, Bijan, is that how you pronounce it, Bijan? I want to make sure I'm saying it right. I'll drop a link in the description here, or a link in the comments. Let's see, GitHub. Okay, Bijan. Here. There's the repository for tin, which is kind of what I'm building all of this on top of. So here's what it looks like, and all you need to do is you need to install Git. First of all, it uses Git. If you're not familiar with that, I'd highly recommend using Git. I used it, like, for example, for my thesis. I used Git for version control to track changes in my thesis, and I use it for all my code. So once you install it, all you need to do is run, go to like the version here, download the source code, extract it, and then you just run this package install file, which I'll open it up here, and all this does is it creates a folder in your library directory for Tickle, and then basically redirects and adds a library path for your own local user directory, or like a user library. So even if you had multiple users on a computer, they could have their own tin packages and have them not shared between it. And then it just does this. So this is like the only difficult thing you have to do, is run this one package install file. Let's see here. And then once you do that, once you have tin installed, you just do package require tin, and then tin install tin to get like the most recent version of tin. And if there's any other tin compatible packages, right now the only ones that are available directly from tin are here. It's just one. It's just one of them so far. But I do have wob is tin compatible, and you can manually add it. So if I go to that one, let's see. I'm working on making my other ones as well. There's I just have a tin compatibility update just a few days ago, and there you just copy this code and run it. You don't even have to download things from GitHub at this point. You just copy this code, open up a command line, get in Tickle SH or in OpenSeas, paste that in there, boom. You have wob installed on your computer. So, and if you have any other idea of code that you want to make available like this, where people can get updated versions of your package by just going in the command line, then all you need to do, if you go to tin here, is you just create a repository, public repository, and make sure you have an open source license on it and stuff, and then create a tinstall file, and this you just specify whatever dependencies it has, and then you basically give instructions to copy files from your repository to the library directory. And then you say provide, and then the package name and the version. And that's it. That's all you have to do. I also have like a package install file for WAB, so you can also download the latest release. Oh, this is not WAB. This is 10. It's okay. So you could go install. You could take this, download the source code, and then just run the package install file as well. That works because the package install file for it is just package require 10 extract WAB. That's it. So pretty simple. So it's a very easy framework to both install packages, also load packages, because tin also provides all of the mechanism to do the importing of the commands from a package. So for example, where is it? You just have to do one package require statement, package require tin, and then you have the tin command, and then you can just do tin import, and then whatever the package is. And the nice thing is, even if you haven't installed Flytrap, and let's say Flytrap is on the tin list, or in the tin, for example. I don't know, that's the phrase I'm using for it. It won't matter, because it will automatically install it for you on the fly. So it's package installation on the fly, and version control. It's linked with GitHub. Local, so it's local on your computer. It won't change unless if you if you already have it installed and you do tin import, it's not going to try to find the most recent version for you. If you have it on your computer, you'll be fine. The only way that it'll update or upgrade is if you try to import a package version that you don't have, or that the versions that you have do not meet the requirements. Then it'll try to find it on GitHub. Or if you do install, then it will install on your computer the most recent version, or whatever version you specify. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. I think I might have lost my viewer. I don't know where he went. I mean, I'm fine just discussing this for recording later, but it's nice to have someone to talk to. Okay. Where was I? Lost in the Flytrap. That's where I was. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to add add the line from the actual from the actual evaluation for the eval type if you find the file. Alright. So here we have the eval and the line. Huh. Wait a minute. Okay, so I have error example. Close out these. The error occurred. Where did the error occur? The error occurred at level 2. And it was divide by 0. Inside of bar. So it should be line 7. So down here, that's what I have. I have line 7. But then I have the proc eval here. I'm gonna create another test here. I'm gonna have this one throw an error. Okay. So I look for the one that's an eval and the leave step. turn the console down here for a little bit. Might be a little bit clearer. So this is where the error occurs. And then it actually occurs, the one above is the actual evaluation that causes the error, not the actual trace. So it's what is calling the trace. And it's in line 7. I'm just going to copy this. Just throw them there just to kind of compare against the two. Here I have my leaf step evaluation command. Then the actual file line is this one where it's debug. So then that would give me the line. This gives me the line to add to this line. So it's really line 13. No. So 11 plus 2 minus 1. So line 12 is where the actual error happens. And you can get that from there. I'm going to copy this. So if it happens, if this happens, if the next one is proc flytrap eval, then that's when I have an evaluation situation. And then I need to step a little bit further. I wonder if I had like a multi-line equation. I think I can have a general solution for this. So like if I had multi-line oh, cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm really working on making this stuff way more accessible. I have some big plans. I have a lot of stuff coming through. So I'm kind of at a weird point right now with my life and my career, but right now I'm focusing on this. So that's why I've been streaming like every day, and really cranking this stuff out. So welcome back. Okay. Seven. The difference between these two. Line 11 is where the thought. Okay. Oh, huge delay between sending a message and receiving. Okay. Yeah, I know there's a little bit of delay. That's just normal for streaming. But maybe it's because we're pretty far away. So, I'll do my best to respond quickly. Test 2. Line 11 plus 2. Okay. Need to have the error example be a multi-line here. Test out multi-line errors in files. So here is the leave step. So that's what's going on there. And so we have line 1. Hold on. Okay, that wasn't a good example. Need to have a good way to do this here. Also, another expression there. It's not actually good code. It's just just trying to make an example. Okay. So finally get to line 7, which is the eval. is line 2 of the eval. I think. Yeah. Okay. I think I have enough to figure this out now. So what I gotta do is I find the leaf step. And that gets me the error frame. No, that's not. Okay, yeah, the error frame is right there. Let's say found trace, and then set found error. I'll say set state. State 0, start, switch state, 0, 1, 2. So the first state is where you're trying to find if the eval, if the type is eval, set frame command index 0. Yeah, so 10, I responded to your chat here. The 10 package, you never have to manually copy folders with 10. Not even to install 10. All you need to do is, as long as you have your environment set up where you have tickle.sh properly installed with, like if you like install it from like active state, or depending on what software or programming language you're using. I'm assuming that you're an OpenSeas user. That's what I'm assuming. I'll just wait for that. Okay. Do you have OpenSeas installed within your Tickle installation? Okay, perfect. All you need to do is go to the latest release for 10, and then download the zip folder, extract the zip folder, and then go into that folder and open up OpenSeas or Tickle.sh in that folder and just run package install. And then it will install within your active Tickle installation. Well, technically, it installs a redirect in your active Tickle installation to redirect to your user directory. It creates a folder in your user folder on your computer, and then it'll store tin packages in that user folder. So to install tin, tin is a tin package. It's kind of recursive in that way. And once you do that, then wherever you are on your computer, you can do package acquire tin and have access to tin and be able to import packages. And then additionally, you can also, if you're sharing things with other people, you can have version numbers on it. So you can, rather than just sharing around a random file that you just source with procedures, you can have proper version control. You can be like, hey, here's my OpenSeas model. It's using this package version 2.5. And then if someone comes around with version 3.0 and releases it, it won't mess with your code. And you can keep things up to date. You could update packages for like bug fixes, and then it would still work with your existing code. So I'm trying to get this up to speed with like good coding practice. Yeah, so versions, so like in this file here, at the bottom, I have package provide flytrap and then the version number. So this tells Tickle what version this package is. And then additionally, there's a package index file that's run whenever you're looking for packages in Tickle. And there it has a package if needed flytrap version number, and then you have this script that it runs. And that script is just that it sources flytrap. So it's a way to basically source a procedure file anywhere on your computer, if you just know the package name and the version. So this is the same sort of framework and paradigm for any other programming language, really. I'm just trying to do my part to make Tickle similar to other programming languages where you can just install packages right from the command line. Like I know in Python you have pip. Pip installs packages. This is inspired from pip. It's different. I have not looked at the source code for pip. I have not used pip. I just know of it. I mean, I guess I might have used pip before. I probably have. I've touched Python a couple times. But I think pip is just kind of built into it. It's just like the import command in Python. So I'm kind of trying to make that sort of mentality of that you can just, you don't have to like go through all these manual processes. You can just automatically have it synced up with GitHub repositories. But not synced as in like it's not actively changing things. Let's see here. So now I'm checking to see if the frame is a source frame. and I want to make sure it's not flytrap. I guess I could probably do... I got an idea. If sets get frame file equals file normalize info script, variable flytrap or my location info or file normalize info script. Library file location file path. Yeah, it is a game changer idea. That's kind of the whole, that's why I'm like going off on this and like streaming. So I'm really excited about it. I was releasing a big package, and then I had a friend of mine who is in computer science, and he's like, you should do a, you should create like a package installer. And he actually asked ChatGPT to do it. And I didn't end up using anything that ChatGPT spat out, but it did give me the idea that I can use Git to, like, use the Git framework to build a package, like, manager in Tickle. And I'm like, oh, okay, this changes things. Create a systematic, like, framework for publishing, releasing, and distributing packages. So I can pull up the source code for 10 here. I was doing it with a previous stream, but this is the source code for 10. So all it does, I mean, it does a lot, but there is a file called 10.txt, and that has the list of packages and the repositories where they're located. And then for install, it will check to see if that's a valid package, and then it will access the repository and get a list of all the release tags. And then from that, it will filter out all the tags for the version release tags using some good old regular expression. And then from there, it will, if there's no release tags, if it's not actually like, if for some reason the repository doesn't have any release tags, then it won't do anything. And then it'll go through and, depending on what sort of specifications you have for the package, get either the latest or the most stable version, loop through the versions and find which one, the latest tag that satisfies version requirements. Then it will clone the repository from GitHub into a temporary folder, and then it will extract from the temporary folder the package, and then the extract command is the same syntax as the install, except that it requires a directory that you're extracting from. And so basically, it then also creates a temporary folder for installation, and then it installs it to the temporary folder. And this is so it doesn't like mess with things before it installs it. And also kind of, I don't know, it's a little bit safer. But and then if everything went fine with installation, then it will then copy over that temporary installation folder into the local tin package directory. And then it'll refresh the package database in Tickle. It's just a little Easter egg here. The input argument doesn't matter. And then lastly, it'll return the version. And then you also have tin provide, which this is used in tinstall files, similar to package provide. So it's meant to like mirror the package commands in Tickle, but not replace them. It just like, it's like on top of the package commands. Like there's packages, and then there's tin packages. And tin commands can use, you can use it to install non-tin packages. Or not install, but like load in. Like you can use tin require and then have a package that's not a tin package. And if it's installed on your machine, then it'll say, yeah, we got it, and it'll load it. So it doesn't have to be a tin package for a lot of the commands to work. But some commands require it to be tin compatible. For example, tin require, it'll call tin depend, which will check to see if the package is already there, and then it'll go through and see if there is a package version that satisfies the requirements. And then lastly, it will install it. I almost think that if I'm doing tin require, no, this is fine. It works. It's just, yeah, I nest a lot of the commands here, but and then after it installs the package, then it then does a package require. That's it. And then import is one level on top of that, where not only does it load in the package and install it if necessary, but it then also imports all the commands. So that's tin. So yeah, it's good. I think that makes many things easier. I also remember about the developers that can use it simply for the productions. Seems like it makes it easy for users, and I hope it'll be the same for developers. Yeah, I'm trying to kind of bridge the gap there and really kind of just put the pedal to the metal on development and just like inject this like the Tickle development scene with something that can just accelerate the development. I don't know, I'm trying to put that into proper words here. I'm a firm believer that the most value is going to be generated by coming up with frameworks that accelerate the progress. If I just spend my time doing like making like concrete things, like writing a script or something like that, like yeah, I do write scripts and I use code, but like if you really want to bring people together and start to increase collaboration, if people are just working in isolated pockets, people could be coming up with great things over here, and they're not talking. So this allows for people to start to share those things, and because it's on GitHub, then it's open source. So then multiple people can fork the project and have their own version. The tin add command also if you had your own version of a package, you can do a local install, and it doesn't have to be on the tin list, on the like approved tin list of whatever the latest tin release is. You can add something that hasn't been added yet to tin to your local like instance of Tickle. So that's what I'm doing right now for Wob, is that Wob is not yet on the latest tin release, but Wob is tin compatible, and so you can still install it using tin. You just have to add a tin add command. So you have to do tin add Wob and then the repository name. So you could go out and create a tin compatible package. You could share it on social media or whatever, or wherever, share with your researchers or colleagues, and say, hey, here's my repository, just download tin, and then say package require tin, tin add your package name and the repository, and then tin install, and then your package. And that's it. So, yeah, you could even just put that in a just a script. So you could just send them a file. You're like, hey, just run this script to install my package. So, and you don't even need, there's multiple ways to install it, because you can also install it by extracting. You can do a tin extract and extract right from a repository, like cloned directory on your computer. It doesn't have to be directly from the internet. So you can either have it install directly from the internet, or you can have it install from a local directory. Alright, I'm going to grab some more coffee. So, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's see here. So I have these different states. Starts at state 0, looking for leave step. Finds leave step, increments the state. And then gets the error frame, increments the state again. And then here is state 2. If dict get frame type equals source, okay. So we have the leave step, and then this is the error frame, where the actual error occurred. And then it checks source, and then it checks to see if that source is, here we go, equals my location. Okay. And that will tell me the file and the line. So set file frame versus this one Okay. File frame, frame, break. Looking for file, ignore flytrap library file. And then we do increment. I'll just do increment state. So set file frame, frame. Okay. If state equals 3, so file found. Else debug called from family special case file found get error and file frames. Or do if I equals info frame special case here let's do that. Set file set line. Okay, this is going to be info or get error frame line. Else set line expression get error frame line error line just do that here. Set error line. And then set error file. Set file line, error line, expression, error line, plus line -1. Increment line -1, increment line, just do like this. There we go. File, error line, and this is just line, error line. Get line and file of error. Get location of error from frame start. Let's try that. Carry my location. Puts my location. Yep. Okay. So, let's see here. Error example, line 8. That is where the divide by 0 happens. Wonderful. Again, we get divide by 0 on line 8. Again, on line 8. Now we have flytrap test, line 29. Well, that ain't right. Okay. I think I got the file wrong here. Because it's the foo. Hold on. Where is this coming from? Oh boy. Okay, so I had the assert thing right here. And now I'm on flytrap error example 2. Run it again. Now here is where this one's not working. Okay. Let's try printing out the frames again. Okay. So I had the lead step here. Ah. That's why. I should almost go if state is equal to 0. Then we increment state and continue. If state equals 1, 1, we get the error line. Say if state equals 2. Just like that. I think that's good. Oh, I need to get rid of all those print statements. There is no line 21 with that. Okay, so we have the leave step 1 here, and then we have line 11, increment state 2. Because this is the line. So I say if it's equal to source, set error file, just like that. And then break. Else if state is equal to 2, so it starts out at state 0, that's looking for the leave step frame, it finds the leave step frame, and in that case it increments the state. And then it'll loop through, go to the next frame, up from that, and then if it'll go here, it'll get the error line. If the frame type is also equal to source, it'll get the file, and then it'll break. Otherwise it'll increment, so then the next time it'll go here, and it'll keep looking and to try to find a source that's not equal to the library file. And then it will add to the error line the line from the file, and then subtract 1 for the offset, and then it'll break. And then if it went through this whole thing and didn't break, then I will equal the info frame, because that's what the for loop was doing. And in that case, it'll just say line, error line. Otherwise, it'll say the file and the end line. Okay. So I'm going to comment that out for now. Run this. Okay, good. So it said line 11, which is where that error is. I'm gonna undo all of these now. Okay, so first of all, I have a pause on line 8 of flytrap test. So I can inquiry things here. I don't know. I could set variables. Now I've changed a variable. Keep going, and I did put through a catch around a debug statement where I'm debugging a body of code. And in this case, I'm also sourcing a file in that. And so it says that the error happened on error example TCL line 8. And line 8 is in a, yeah, that's where the error happened. Try to do a divide by 0 error. And I have a nested, it goes down 2 levels here. If I changed this to not be that, if I only had like a depth of 1, it would be different. So I'll run that really quick here. So again, pause tells me the line. Wait. I think I might have gone too far. Yeah, I did. I pressed enter too many times. Here we have line 4 is where the error is. Line 4 is, so you're calling foo here, and foo calls bar on line 4 of this file. And that's where the error happens because bar returns an error. Yeah, that works. Cool, 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 cool. And then we have it show up on line 8 if I go another step further in the depth. Here I'm just fly trapping the error example file. And I have verbose turned on, but it doesn't matter because there's an error, so it's going to print. And then here I have, I'm running it again. This is with no depth, and there it's saying it's on line 11, because if you're not stepping into the procedures, that's where the error shows up, on line 11. So, you could go deeper if you wanted. You can specify the depth. And then if I keep going, I think it'll just pause at the end. Yep. Pause. And that's on line 23. I think it works. That makes me happy. I've been working on this for the past couple days. And wow, has it really this has really developed into something that's quite powerful. Honestly, I don't even know. I don't even know if if something like this even exists in other languages. I don't know. I have no idea if what I just created is ever been done in another language. I would imagine it would have been done in another language, but at the same time, Tickle's ability to like evaluate code at other levels is, I think, unique to Tickle. So I'm able to manipulate the interpreter in a lot of ways. That's really cool. Okay. Oh, there's one other thing I haven't tested with this. Command, just straight up command line. Debug. Set A5 expression 1 divided by A minus 5. Oops. Let's try this again. Oh, it's supposed to do parentheses. Yeah, it says line 3. That's where it's at. If I create a procedure, proc foo x puts foo return expression 1 divided by x and then if I do debug I wonder what will happen here. Oh. It doesn't even debug it. It doesn't say error. I mean, this is minor. This isn't really like the most important part of this. Spelled on myself, dang it. Now I'm just confused. Maybe it's... foo0 provides an error, so why is it not catching it? Hold on, I'm going to test this here as well. proc foo. Turn expression 1 divided by x. Debug foo 0. So that works. I'm gonna print out the frames again. Install flytrap. And then okay, here it worked. It told me the error. But what if maybe it has to do with turn expression 1 divided by 0 or 1 divided by x. Foo 0. Huh? I don't understand. Oh, was it because I had run from CMD? That shouldn't change anything, though. Puts x expression 1 divided by x. Debug foo 0. Can I just not have the right version installed? It's very strange. I can't replicate that error. I mean, that is a very, very specific case that, like, honestly probably is not going to happen. So, I don't really think I need to worry about it. Try again here. Package require 10, import flytrap. Create just a random procedure here. Turn expression 1 divided by x. And I want to debug foo 0. Okay, yeah, it worked. Line 1. Oh, I think it was when I did the depth of 1. No, that works too. Line 3. Okay, there it's line... Oh, hey Lamster, what's up? I'm almost done with it. The only other thing is that in that case it says line 3, but it's line 3 of... It's line 3 of the procedure. So here set error frame error line let's do that. Okay. So in that case, I'm just gonna put the error frame here. Yeah, I got everything to work except for I'm just polishing up a very special case where the debug version of the command is called from the command line, like interactive. Like you pulled up tickle sh and then manually imported everything, like from the command line. Which is a kind of a minor case, but I'm trying to fill out all the edge cases here. Let's install that version. Let's try this again. So, package require 10. Oops, not in. 10. Then import flat truck. Create a dummy procedure. Just repeating what I did last time. Debug foo 0. Divide by 0. And so we have an eval command and procedure. So if I do the same thing but with a depth of 1, now it has a level. So there's a level of, okay. So I think what I need to do is check the type. And if it's proc, eval command proc. So is it a level? It's at a different level. If you're calling from this, then it's going to, at level 0, if there's no level, If there's no level, then you just say line. Otherwise, you would say the procedure yeah. Okay. So we have the error frame. If it exists, error frame we already have the depth here. If depth is greater than 0, well, if it's equal to 0, then you just do line error line. Else, if get error frame type equals proc, then you do that. Okay. I almost think that the only other way it would be able to be done would be with proc. Maybe I'm wrong though. Let me try something here. Debug eval expression 1 divided by 0. Oh, that's why it was telling me. I was trying to figure out why there was an error, and it's because I was within the actual error handler. That makes more sense. Okay. I think the only other situation where it wouldn't be it's source, eval, or proc. Maybe if it was inside a procedure, then it would throw that error. So if I redefine foo x, and I do expression or up level 1, expression a list expression a divided by x. It's kind of a very dynamic thing here. So it's set a5, foo1, foo 2.0, stupid fact. Okay, cool. So then if I did debug foo0, oh, well, I'm still inside. I was still inside the error thing. Okay. I keep forgetting that I'm doing that. 0. Okay. Foo 0 and depth of 1. Oh. Okay. There's still line 1 in there, so I need to change foo. X times 2. Debug foo 0 1. Okay, as I suspected, the eval bit, even though it's on multiple levels of the procedure, I think I know what I need to do. So, else if get frame frame type equals proc. So the error frame in that case happened with an up level. And it was the first line of the up level, correct. But then it said nothing about anything else. I almost need to like keep tacking this on. So if it's nested within an eval, then I need to increment. I need to do this. Else if So if we're dealing with a procedure, set error proc. Get frame proc. If I wouldn't want that though, because it could be other evals. No, not really. I almost want to just do this. Else puts proc error proc line line. Like that. Frame type. Type equals source. Switch frame type, source, proc, eval. It's also a third pre-compiled. I don't know So I'm going to ignore this one and just say continue. Because it says no further information is available. I've never seen that, but someone might use it, so I want to make sure that it's not going to cause problems. Eval, nothing happens. Proc. Yeah, no, there's no debugging of precompiled stuff. It also says in the info frame thing, if the type of the frame is precompiled, there's no other information on it. So you don't know the line, you don't know the file, you don't know the command, proc, lambda, level, nothing. So I'm gonna skip that and just continue in my loop here, looping through the frames. Eval, okay, and then here I'm going to tack on the error line stuff. If frame type equals source and if error file equals my location, continue. Add to error line. Line number. Okay, frame type. If I think that works. Alright, but depth might be an issue because if there was like an up level, the depth, I shouldn't have depth. I should say if, I don't think you can have a proc name, a blank proc. You can't have a blank proc. So I'll say set error proc, like that. So if error proc not equal to blank, then we're going to do that. Otherwise, oops. I'm just going to print the line. So typically we'd want to say the file, but if you're doing from command line and you're not sourcing a file, you could be calling a procedure and you want to know what line in the procedure it is. And evals, well, they don't do anything. It's a stylistic choice. Frame type, error file, error proc, error line. I don't even think I use error frame anymore. I mean, I do. I don't need error frame. It's not used anymore. Alright. I'll run my test file here. And I broke something. What did it break? Debug foo. Line 13. That ain't right at all. Shoot. So close. Not POTUS, puts. I think it's funny. I key mashed POTUS instead of puts. Just the president. Okay. So let's see. So president into frame. President info. Yes. Okay, so why is it in line 13? Because I'm incrementing by that. Oh. Ah, I forgot one thing here. And then we have if frame type equals source at the end here. Break. Exit. If file, if file. Okay, yeah, that works. I just forgot that. Okay. Take this out again. Only for interactive mode. Okay, finds the error, flytrap test, line 11. Yeah. Oh, I need to do a catch. Line 13 is paused. And now we have, okay, source is error example, and there's an error on line 4 because we have a depth of 1 for debug, so it'll step into foo, and the line in which there's the error is line 4 in the file. Cool. Now let's keep going. And first of all, it debugged an assert command here up to depth 2 and verbose. So even if there's no error, it'll still print out the steps. And that's what it did, and it didn't say there was an error. But it actually stepped into the assert command. So you can actually see what the assert command does. And now I'm using flytrap, which is a version which is like similar to debug, except it does files. And I'm doing error example.tcl, depth of 2 and verbose. And here we have it. Set A5, proc foo. Yeah. Very nice. Oh yeah, Lamster, I was able to get it so that when you do flytrap, it doesn't print out like the source and the file name. I did it by, after I push the command to the error stack, if the stack is 1 and the debug type is source, then it just returns. And it doesn't record it to be printed later. And then, yeah, this has gotten quite extensive, but pretty like straightforward still. I think so. I no longer call it the stack, I call it step history. And then the error stack is a stack, because it's last in, first out. So you have the, in the enter step, you push a command to the stack, and then the leave step, you pop an element from it. And then I also have an exclude list so that if there's an error, it will loop through the error stack, and if there is a command in the error stack that's in the exclude list, it will not process the error. So if you have a catch statement or a try statement, it will, if your try statement I'm pretty sure if try still returns an error, it'll still debug it and catch the bug. I haven't tried that yet. Because the error stack is, like, if the command that did cause the error was the command try, well, that command will be eliminated from the error stack when that happens. So yeah, it'll process it. Catch will never throw an error though, I don't think, unless if you like messed with it. But the exclude list is a variable in the flytrap namespace, so you could add a command, your own command, if you had one to the flytrap module, to the flytrap exclude list. Or you could remove them from, you could clear out the flytrap exclude list if you wanted to debug errors inside of a catch statement anyways. Yeah. For example, line 4. For example, line 8. So if I step in further into, if I have a depth that's up 2 to flytrap this file, then it calls foo, which enters in here, which then calls bar, which enters in here, and you have an eval as well. And this is where the actual error is. This is the line where the error is. So it's like this, nested within the eval, nested within the procedure, nested within this procedure, nested within there. And it tells me the file in the line from the stack. Again, now here is where I specify a depth of 0, so I'm not stepping into any procedures. And yeah, it tells me that the error, it's foo 5 divided by 0, error example.tcl file, line 11. Right there. And now I can query things. What's the value of A? Stuff like that. And then we have final pause here. 29. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna commit those. Oh boy. Okay. That's kind of insane. I have not tried the test that you sent me. I'm going to do that next. I'm going to use the restroom, and then I'll come back and I'll do all those error tests. I also want to double check the interactive test again here. Heck, I could just take my test file here, copy it, and then just paste it directly in here. Paste anyway. Okay, it doesn't work to do that. Oh, it's because... Yeah, let's try this again. Package require tin, import flytrap, proc foo. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, I defined foo, and let's debug it. Okay, and then I'm going to do debug foo 1. Did not work. It's supposed to... Huh. It's supposed to print out the error proc. Because the frame would be proc. Alright, we'll be right back. Alright, I'm back with new ideas. I think that it would be good to have both, like, error proc and error file. So you would do like file line, um, append error procs. Set proc line. It's going to be the expression error line -1 plus if name type equals precompiled, continue, set frame line, file line, oh. Okay. Skip. Flytrap library files. if error proc not equal blank. Continue. Proc line. Lastly, set error line. Reorganize that a little bit. Or increment error line. It's only one argument. Look for file frame and proc frame. Okay, but if there's we just have to do that. State is 2. Oh. Just add that up there. Then I don't have to have that here. So frame line. timeline. Don't need this. Oh wait, I know what I could do. I can just do it right here. Ah. This can all be brought out. So if it's source, then I have set error file, set eval line 0. Yeah. Eval lines to add to proc for file line. Okay, so we have error file and file line. Error line. And then we're going to increment add lines. And then increment add lines mutable. Like that. Good. Delete this. And then say found error if searching. If looking for error. If not, found error. Set found error 1. Found error 0. Whether the error was found in the stack. Okay. Looking for leaf step frame. Looking for file. Let's see here. Set found error 1. Okay. And that will go to the next frame. And if it's an eval, then it'll add the lines, and then file line, and then we're going to say set proc line 0, set file line 0. Line of proc where error occurred. File where error occurred. Error line, or if file line equals 0, airline. Okay. Increment I. Set frame. Skip ahead and forward. Okay, get the new frame. Set airline. Font error. Set add lines. So initializing that. Set airline. set frame, info frame. Beautiful. Oh wait, no. Like that. If add lines equals 0, increment add lines. I don't think I need this. Hold on. I think this is fine the way it is. Additional lines from eval. Eval lines. Let's call it add lines. If file line is equal to 0, if it's not equal to 0, then you do puts file, error file, line, increment our expression file line plus add lines. Proc line is not equal to 0. File line greater than 0. File line plus add line else 0. Set proc line. Eval line. if eval line is greater than 0. Eval line plus main line plus 1. If eval line is greater than 0, and then like that. It's more sensible. Next, only look at innermost proc. Handle off by 1 error. Or handle index starting at 1 for nested evals. So file, if file name or file if file line set file line do this. So file line plus eval line minus 1. Set add lines expression eval line minus 1. So then we do if proc line set proc line or increment add lines. And then print this. Nice. If file line I could have that not equal to 0. Make it a little bit verbose. It's an integer, not a boolean. If line equals 0 and file line equals 0, then just do this. Line eval line. Line number in outermost nested eval below proc or file in outer eval okay. That's pretty organized. Let's test it. Error, line 11, in flight trap test. Yes. Pause, line 13, correct. Error example.tcl, line 3. No. Okay. Somehow that got messed up. Didn't quite work. Why? I'm just gonna print out the frames again. See what's going on. And that was in this test. That one. Okay, so let's trace this out. So found error, all that stuff. Just gonna loop through here. And then finds the frame that's type eval, and the command is flytrap leaf step. So you found error, okay, continue, and now you're at the next frame. And then it skips over this because negation of 1 is 0, so skip that. Go here, switch for the type. It's a source. And line 4. Oh. Okay. This is just the file. This is just the line. Versus I'm going to do eval line 1. Because there's always going to be one line. There's no other evals, then it'll just be line 1. Otherwise, if you added an eval that has one line, then it would reset. Okay. Line 4, correct. Line 8, correct. Line 8 again, correct. Line 11, it's foo, it's another depth. Paused on line 29, I didn't change that, so nothing should change, we're good. Okay, so the test works. And it's much cleaner. Much cleaner, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay. And I don't have that annoying switch and stuff. Updated or simplified logic in leave trace for parsing frame stack. Alright, I am going to grab some food. Let's be on standby. First though, Oops. Am I heading to the wrong one? Hmm. Oh. I'm just trying to edit my, trying to edit my OBS here. For some reason, it's not working. I'm trying to put a GIF in the, in my standby scene. It's not working. I'll just go live with it, it's fine. I'll have to mess with the standby later. I'd like to have like a nice animation, but right now it's just black. Okay. I am back. What was it doing? Oh. This actually is not doing something that I needed to do. It's not printing out the procedure and file. I almost should do... Hold on. I want the procedure to show up too. Right now it's only printing the file. Error example, line 4. Like, this is inside of procedure foo, and I want it to also print out, like, proc foo, line 4, in file that line, like proc foo line, I think it would be probably line 2 or something. Might be line 3. So in that case, I don't even think it's in the stack here. I don't see it anywhere. So there's the evaling and up level, sourcing the file. I mean, technically it's right here. But it doesn't tell me anything about it. Huh. Package, flyers in, import flytrap. Proc. Let's copy this right here. Okay. So if I do debug foo, I don't know if they'll even print out the okay. I don't see any type that's proc in this. I guess it only does that when it must only do that when it's going from the command line or something. Otherwise, it'll be a source type. Okay. Also, I found an error in here. I guess I can't do that, which is fine. Line in file or proc error occurred. Of eval in okay. Set error type. Actually, both of these. Both these break. And I'm already doing another if down here. So then we're going to switch error type. Source. I'll do file rather. Or proc. Error type not equal blank or an error line, eval line, increment error line, -1. Add eval lines to error line. Starts at 1. Oh no, I already handled that. Yeah. Okay. Error. Just gonna do this. Else. What if I had a procedure defined in interactive mode that called a file? Or if I defined a procedure in interactive mode and then I called a file which called that procedure. Well, then it would be in the procedure. Yeah, if there is no file where the procedure is defined, then it will be this proc version. Otherwise, if you sourced a file, defined a procedure in the file, then the definition is in the file. So it would give you a file line. There would be no file line to give you if it was a procedure that was defined dynamically. Yep. So then this just goes like this. All this can go away. Just error line for any evals. Print line and file. Print error line information. Oh, I still have all those. I'm still printing out all the frames, but that's okay for right now. Line 4, yes, it works. Line 8, yep. Line 8, yep. Line 11, yep. Line 29 for the pause. Where is it? Yep. Done. Here we have an error on line 11 if flytrap test, which is correct. And we're paused on line 13. Yep. We have an error on error example.tcl. Line 4. Line 8. Okay. Get rid of all these. So this is what it'll actually look like. So in the flytrap test here, I have some verbose command evaluation. And then I'm debugging foo of 0, which is just dividing by 0. I divide by 0 error, and it tells me that the error can be found on line 11. Here, I'm going to also do debug foo 1 here. So this one is just straight up evaluating the code. And this one says that the error is on line 9 because I chose a depth of 1. So it steps into foo, and then the error is on this line of the procedure, which is line 9 of this file. And then we have sourcing the error example. Oh no, we're paused right now. Now we have line 4, line 8, which means all like the adding on the eval lines works, because technically the error does happen on line 7. Technically. But the problem with that is that I want to know where in, like if it's a multi-line evaluation, I want to know where in that multi-line command the error was. I think even just the unwinding of the stack when you have an error in Tickle, I think it still just tells you the line that the actual command is on. So this gives you a little bit more information. It's specifically for commands that are like evals, eval and up level. Okay. Further simplification of frame parser. Note to self, do not look into the camera while you're drinking. Don't wash that shirt now. Clean all this up. Just gonna add some notes of what the expected behavior is here. It's hard to provide unit tests for debuggers because a lot of it's interactive in nature. Prints. Should be on own line. Error should be on in procedure. Ooh. This one, error should be in error example. In foo. Error should be in file or in proc bar, I think. Yeah. Line 8. I already paused the script once, I'm going to do it again. View variables. Oh, I do want to do one other thing for view vars. I should do like have a list of variables to view. And then basically if length args is equal to 0. Hold on. Oh, error? Is that something I fixed? I already fixed it. That was an old interpreter. Alright, now grab an interpreter over here to get fly trap. Package require 10. 10 import flytrap. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna take the shirt off. Got coffee stains on it now. Go full red shirt. Okay. Star Trek. I think that means I'm gonna like be eaten by an alien or something. Let's see. Red shirt, Star Trek. Yeah, stock character dies soon after being introduced. Well, I hope that's not me. Beam me up, Scotty. Here, I'll pull the If you've never seen the original Star Trek, it's fun. It's very dated. Live long and prosper. Yes. What was I doing? I think it's a variable called tickle bars. Tickle bars. I think it would be a good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna do something I did before. It's just, especially since as I'm doing this testing, I'm realizing that I don't want to expose like information about my own computer system on accident. So I'm gonna create another variable in here, tickle bars, and I'm gonna create a new interpreter. So set child terp create and then set tickle bars terp eval info vars. I think that's what I need to do. Let's just try this here. Oh, and terp. Maybe child eval. And then child destroy. Unset child. That sounds so violent. Let's see how this goes on a destroy the child, yes. Set child interp interp create, and then set tickle vars interp or child eval info vars. Okay. And if I do info vars now, yeah. Okay. And then child destroy. Oh. Or do remove child? Hold on. I already do this in my WAB package. WAB. Because WAB is all about interp. The child is saved. Not yet. No, the child will be gone, don't worry. Interp delete. There we go. That's what I need to do. I delete the child. And then I unset the child. Poor child. That child interpreter did nothing wrong. Okay. List of default tickle vars. Well, I should actually not have the underscore because that add in the HTML. It's just HTML, I guess. That's weird. What's the difference between HTML and HTML? Let's see here. What? I know the difference between HTML and HTML is one letter. Of course. That's like let's eat grandma versus let's eat grandma. The difference is one comma. I'm not talking about the words. I'm talking about the meaning. Oh, I think. Oh, wow. You know what? I bet I know the reason why. It's probably because this is such an old language and the website's so old that it still has HTML instead of HTML. Because it's talking about with older operating systems. Because, I mean, this project was started in, like, the early... Yeah, it's like JPG versus JPEG. I like JPG. JPEG, it's just... I don't know, it's just unnecessary, in my opinion. Anyways, so if you want to know all about the different tickle vars, they're there. Get list of tickle vars from a child interpreter. Cool. This is going to improve the view vars command. Basically, if there's none, if you do not provide any inputs to view vars, then it will do the entire workspace. You know, I am gonna add, this is actually a command that I had thought of doing at another time, but then I didn't end up doing it. Workspace. Gets all variables get list of variables defined in current scope minus tickle bars. So all I'm gonna do is say set bars upper level 1 list info. I don't need to do list, I can just do, actually I am gonna do list. And this is just the style, the difference doesn't make any difference. I don't have any substitution, so I might as well tell the compiler that they don't have to substitute anything. Variable info, or not info, tickle vars. First of all, I want to get the level, so I'd say if level info level is equal to I need to check something on the command line here. Get like proc foo what's info level what's info vars foo. Okay. If I did namespace eval foo puts info level puts info vars, okay. Okay, locals and currently visible globals. So it does have to do with the level. I was looking at, here, I'll pull that over. So info vars returns a list of all the names of currently visible variables, locals, and visible globals. Okay. So if info level is greater than 1, return vars. So this is if in a locals, if nested in a proc. No need to filter for tickle vars. And otherwise, I'm going to filter out tickle vars. So for each var vars, or rather lmap var vars, if var in tickle vars I would want to like remove it. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna say for each tickle var in tickle vars. Set vars lmap var vars I could do an else. I could probably do like an else search inline. I'm gonna do that. There's not a built-in set differencing. There's a library for it, but it's not a tin package. So I'm building everything up from the bottom. You can use the lsearch command and do an inline and like not. I could set vars lsearch inline or set I lsearch exact vars tickle var. Like that. And it's not going to be sorted, I don't think. I don't think infovars returns a sorted list. You know what? If I do pattern on it, then I think that might be like an O of 1 lookup. Because it stores the variables in some sort of hash map. So if I use infovars on that, info if up level 1 list info vars tickle var oh well, no, it's already gonna be there. Wait a minute, I need to check something. Tickle sh. So if I say set a5 info vars, it's an arbitrary order. I know that the tickle vars will be in there, so then I just need to search out and remove them. Inline vars tickle var exact set I, and then we're gonna say set vars else or replace vars I think this might be where the K trick might come in handy. because it's precompiled. I think that's why when I was trying to do K-Trick earlier, it wasn't doing any performance increases because it wasn't in a precompiled struct set. It is not a part. It is a package. It is not. It does not come default. You have to require the package. So until I create a way to make struct a package that you can import with tin, as I'm making tin packages, I don't want to have it require a package that's not tin, because then it won't work. Not on like a completely blank installation of Tickle. So, I mean, obviously, if somebody has like active state Tickle installation, and if they have TickleLib, which is the standard Tickle library, then you'll have all this stuff. And maybe I could make TickleLib. Maybe I could like work with. I might be able to like go to the. I think there's a GitHub for TickleLib. I think there is. Hold on. Yeah, there is. They do have an installer. Let's see what their installer looks like. Oh, this is interesting. It's pretty nice, actually. There's even a setup GUI. Whoa, whoa, what the heck? Let's start. I wonder what happens if I download this. Let's check out TickleLib here. It's a lot of stuff here. Sorry, I was looking at OneDrive settings. Now this installer here, if I just run this, okay. I'm going to try running this in Tickle.sh. Wow. They actually have an installation thing. It's interesting. Oh, this is nice. Simulate installation. I'm going to simulate an installation. Huh. What version am I running? I have 1.18. The gears are turning in my head right now. Because, like, they do have a nice install file. I should have something similar for, I should have something similar for tin. So you can configure, like, the location and stuff. I don't know. That's something for another time. But right now, I'm just working on this thing right now. But I got to that question because you were talking about struct set. It's like, what would it take to have Ticklelib be tin compatible? I think the problem is there's so much. But all it would need would be a file that automates running their installer. Like, how easy would that be? If I just had a tinstall file here, tinstall.tcl, and if I did if I just did source file join source installer .tcl, and then tin provide ticklelib 1.18 or 1.21. that would work. And then additionally, you could have in this entire thing, you could have 10 provide statements for every single subpackage of this. Math, linear algebra, whatever the package version is. I don't know, 2.5, 2.3 or whatever. Which means that I do need to update tin. I was going to update tin anyways, but I'd have to have the tin provide thing like build a dictionary. So the dictionary would be cleared every time you run and do a tin extract. Or would it? No. I mean, I could just have a provide dictionary, like an install. It's like an installer history almost. Because then that would make it super easy. I could just do a pull request on Ticklelib, and all Ticklelib packages could be tin compatible. Just like that. And you just say like tin add, and then you say whatever package it is, like struct, and then you would pick the repository for it. That could work. Like, I could easily go to existing repositories for tickle packages and just tinify them. Just add one pull request, add one file. Ta-da! You are now tin compatible. Yeah. All right. This would be variable provided. Dictionary of provided packages and no, I don't want to do that. The reason for that is because the whole point is to clone a repository that has a specific version number. Oh, wait a minute. Now, the Ticklelib thing makes it a little bit complicated, honestly. The reason for that is because Ticklelib is not a package, I don't think. Package require Ticklelib. It's not a package. Oh, what if they say no? Well, I still have a conundrum here because the way that this works is that the version tag of the repository has to match yeah, like their version number stuff is not even compatible. The way I'm currently have it is a package would have to have version tags for GitHub that are directly in line with the package version. And here you sort of have it. Ticklelib 1.21, and you have the source code. I don't know why. Why can't you check the version of Ticklelib? That doesn't make any sense. If I go to Ticklelib here, and I go to the package index file, this is what it looks like. And it just has all these packages. Make a wrapper? Probably on a repo by repo basis. Oh, I think I see what you're talking about. Yeah, oh. So let's say, for example, let's take a look at one of these packages in here. Let's say struct, right? I could create an account, like a GitHub account for 10 packages. And then I could create wrapper just very simple wrapper repositories. Let's see. So for like the struct one, I meant to pull up the package index. Where is it? So I have struct two point one and 1.4. So whenever 2.1 was added, I could then create releases for those other packages. Yeah, in the wrapper repo to install file, you download the actual repos files. So like it would be like, let's say if you had like a method called like run, and then you'd say like the repo's name, https github.com/tickletk/ticklelib. And then you'd say the install.tcl file. And this would clone the repository and then run the installer. Specify the installer file. And then you would say package provide or tin provide, and then you'd have the list of all these packages. Specify release. Yeah. I think what I could do is in tan.txt, yeah, if I'm not using the tags, but what I could do is then I could, for each of these lines, you could add like the version and then the release. Ticklelib -1-20, something like that. So it would be an optional I could do like repo and then versions. Something like that. So like you'd be like, okay, you get from the tin and then the package name, repo, or tin package tag, and then the version number. So it'd be like tag. It might actually be a good idea to hard code the tags. I think it might be a good idea to hard code the tags. Just like that. And then it would allow me to have my own names for the tags too. And it wouldn't be that big of a deal. This file might get big, but that's not really a problem. Because then I'd easily be able to do like struct repo and I could do installer, and this would be package install.tcl. That'll offer a lot more flexibility. And then for tin add, it'd be like tin add package. And then you'd say repo installer version tag. And then what I can actually do is I don't have to have this all in this structure right here. I can have this like at the bottom of tin. Tin add I'd rather not have it modify this, but then I could be like up in the top here, I could source it. Like namespace eval tin and then I could say and it'll be like the tin list.tcl. Yeah, I don't want to restrict someone to a specific tag pattern. Source file join file directory info script tin list.table. I don't even need to evaluate that in a namespace. Run the tin list, or add repos with tin list. And this is going to be 0.3. I need to create a branch. New branch. Generalizing tin. Okay. So it won't have tin.txt anymore. And tin add is going to be different. There's going to be this goes away. And now it's going to be about running a package install file, which does make it less like normalized. And there's still the tinstall file that makes things easier. So tin extract is a very simple way to install. Okay. So it's not going to be tin extract anymore. Tin extract is its own thing. Instead, it's going to source. It's going to exec tickle sh. I need to run that within the cloned directory. Exec. Tickle sh command line arguments. I wonder if there's something. No, not that. Tickle sh manual page. Okay. Could use this. That's what they do in this one. All right, cool. So this is good practice. So if I, hold on. Just learning some things here. Save as test.tcl. If I run this, test.tcl, well, they return nothing, but expression 1 times 2, or 2 plus 2. I should get 4. They didn't do anything. Maybe I don't know how CMD works. If I run this in tickle.sh though, it works. I don't know the point of this. I need to do some research here. I think this is only for, like, Unix systems. I'm not going to worry about this, because I'm going to have it automatically run with just the installer. And the installer is not going to care and verify that it's the right version. But if you use tinstall, then it will verify the correct version. Okay. Oof. I could still keep this. I could say repo if dict exists 10 package tag version or rather for each version in get 10 package tags or dict keys or dict for key tag version and tags and then set versions dict values dict get 10 package tags. Oh no, it goes, sorry, it goes version then tag. Keys. Okay. So then I'm gonna sort those. And then man, I spent so much time making this regex stuff work, but I don't think it'll be good for the long term. Oh well. If length versions is equal to 0, let's no version. That wouldn't happen. Not with the way I'm running this. Sort version list according to package version rules. Okay. Then the tag is going to be get 10 package tag version like that. This will also make sure that it's, yeah, makes it a lot more like deliberate. For this sort of stuff, the more explicit, the better. Especially since this is supposed to be something that brings people together and unifies things, I want to make sure that it's like extendable. Repo. Alright. And then we're gonna say oh, furthermore, I think it should be we just did like 0.1.0 repo installer tag version 0.1.0 installer. Something like that actually would probably be better. That's the structure. So just have package name, version, and then I'll have a list, repository, tag, installer file. So get version list, get sorted version list. So then you say lassign get 10 package version. And this would be repo tag installer. just installer. Install file. It's fine. Okay. Tag repo temp. And then I think I could run it in like a safe interpreter then. This would be actually a great opportunity to use interp for the purpose of security, actually. Let's see, what are the safe interpreters? Allow and do not allow. I could run it in a fresh interpreter. Set child interp. I don't think I should make it a safe interpreter because this is installation, and installation is unsafe, just like by default. Like it's a safe interpreter would like not even allow. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about things. Let's see. So I'm gonna have child eval list. I wonder if changing directory in a child interpreter changes the directory of the parent. I don't think it does. cd temp child eval list source installer. Interp delete child. Just like that. I need to change the package install file, which I'll probably rename to like installer.tcl. Except I will do it on the git bash here. Git rename. What's rename? Git rename file. Move. Git move package install.tcl to installer.tcl. Cool. So this will mean that tin can install non-tin packages. Like, it doesn't need to be a tin package. I think I'm going to see here. I feel like I'm kind of doing something in the middle of like having tin be tin compatible and having it be a local install. I'll think about it. Okay. So I need to work on the tin list file. File new. And then this is going to be tin, add 10, 0.3, HTTPS, github.com/ambaker1/10. Oh, and then we need version 0.3 and installer.tcl, like that. Tin list.tickle. tin add package, repo, or package version, repo, and then tag and installer. Version, package version, tag, GitHub, release tag, installer, TCL file. Package, version, list, repo, tag, installer. Just like that. So you could override it too. Tin packages, tin versions, get list of available versions for tin packages, proc tin versions package, and variable tin, dict keys, get tin package. Okay. Go. Package index 0.3. Tin stall. Tin list.tcl. There we go. Okay. I'll move to recycle bin. I don't know if this actually deletes the folder. Might as well just do file delete temp at the end of this. return installed version. Oh, and reload the packages. If version not in package versions package else code error failed to install package version delete force, clean up temp files, check for proper installation and return version. I'll check to see if, okay, if I create an interpreter, child, create, and then I do child eval cd it does change the directory of the parent. That's weird. I don't know why I would do that. I wonder if there's something in the actual in here about it. CD directory. I guess I just have to have a return to the existing directory. Set home pwd cd home. Just wrap that around there. CD temp. Create a child interpreter. Evaluate in there that. Okay. So now I could, for this tin list, for an existing repository, I could do tin add struct 2.1, and then I could add the repository for Chillhop, and I could just specify the release tag that gives that version. Yeah. And I could even just have one of them be tin add Chillhop. To use their installer, the one you write. Well, the thing is, I'll have you have to have a file that you can run that installs your package on your repository. You have to write a file that installs it, however you want to install it. But I provide the method of the tinstall file, so you can just do package require tin, and then tin extract, and then the package name. And then it pulls the tin file, the tinstall file, and then does the tinstall file. So that's like one way to install it that handles dependencies. Taking that off for now. Okay. So then I could convert all of this, basically. I could take the package index file. I could like scrape it, essentially. Okay. Then I want to have to do anything with theirs. Not a single thing. You wouldn't have to know that they're tin compatible. I would just make them tin compatible. Tinify the world. Mwahaha, yes. My evil plan. Make things easier for people. That's what I'm about. Okay, so tin provide. Right now, tin provide works with tin extract. That's where you run the tinstall file. I'm wondering if I should even have this. I wonder if I should even have tin extract or the tin stall file and tin provide. Like, I guess it does provide an easy way for people to write a tin stall file. But I don't think that maybe the package provide. Maybe I shouldn't include that. And just well, oh, never mind. No, it's still useful because then you know which package you're installing. I think I do need to add in here, it should just be variable provided. And then you should go dict append or append package version. Like that. And then return. Also forgets the package. No, it doesn't. My comment lies. As it typically does. Comments are not executed by your compiler, so they sometimes lie. Add packages, versions, namespace, export, install, extract, export, provide, depend, provide, require, import. Yeah. Manipulate. Tin dictionary. Install packages. Load packages. Okay, tin. This is going to be provided. Packages and versions provided by tin provide. Provided clear out provided. Also clear it out at the top. Initialize it with a blank string. This is supposed to be divided. Make sure that works. Let's say set provided blank, and then I'm going to append provided in 0.3. And then I want to add 0.4, 0.5. and then wob. Yeah, it works. Okay. So here I want to see if the provided, if the version that's in there matches the requirement. If exists provided and package. So I will say that the provide statement was missing, and package not found. And then install.tcl. Not provided. Rather. So this will allow for like nested package stuff. So you could have a tinstall file for like ticklelib, and it could say a bunch of like you could do tin extract for a package in a repository that has a bunch of packages. And it could install all of the stuff and then just have a bunch of provide statements for the packages that it provides. And then it'll build up a database of everything that was provided with that installation. And then you can see if it was actually installed. Yeah. It should be a lot more versatile. So then you could have like a folder with all your library files, and you could just copy that over and then have like a few lines for copying those wherever you install them. Although with a tin installation, it'll install within your tin local directory. Although I'm still working on that. But this line goes away, and now we're going to loop through and make sure that it satisfies the version requirements. So you could provide multiple versions of a package with this, but you got to make sure that at least one of them satisfies your requirements. So then you'd say for each version in get provided package, and then you say if package v satisfies, set flag 0 or satisfies version, satisfies requirements 0. It's kind of a long variable name, but whatever. Set satisfies requirements 1 and break. Okay, now this is the weird bit. I'm like looking for a folder to install it to. And this is where I think I'm losing some versatility. That like if you're extracting it, like the okay, I'm changing how I'm doing things here. Yeah. I think if instead of directory, you have to like specify the directory to install it in for extract. So like from source to directory, so it'd be like can extract from like, let's say downloads slash, I don't know, foo, and then you want to install it. Install it to like your library folder. Now this is, it might be installing on, you know what, I'm gonna move away from the local installs, the local package install. Moving away from that. The reason why is because you can have a local installation of Tickle. Which I don't have, but you could. You could have a, I'm pretty sure on the path, like environment variables, like you have user variables, so I have a user path. So you could have, if you had a computer with multiple users, you could have an installation of Tickle on that user's machine. Yeah. You'll still have to like do sudo tickle sh to install then, on Linux. But then if you like, you only have to install once. So like, if you ran into an issue with that of permissions, you could just run it as sudo, and then it would install things for you. And anyways, ActiveTickle, it installs not on the program in the program files. It just installs right on the C drive. So, I'm going to take a break. Well, actually, I'm going to switch over to this really quick, because I was doing this. Then I got distracted. Turn bars. Filter out. Tickle bars. Vars. If there's no arguments, set vars up level 1. Flytrap workspace. Variables defined in the current scope. Throw this below. Else set vars box. Assert workspace equals AB. File rename installer.tcl source installer command name workspace, forgot to add it. Get list of variables and scope minus tickle bars. Okay. Carry tickle bars. Oh. I'll just print the workspace. That's workspace. And then I'll do plus info bars. Use the verbose command evaluation. Yeah, info bars is huge, so that trims it significantly. So you still have auto index. It does significantly cut down on everything in here. And it doesn't have any sensitive information anymore, which is good. Okay, I'll commit the flytrap stuff. Named installer file, and yeah, that's fine. And then added workspace. And improved view vars. Okay. Okay. 10. Here is where, right now, the tinstall file, wherever it went, it copies over. And I think the tin extract then should change. Uh, the source part, that's good, but then the directory. I feel like that should be something that's inside of. That should be something that's determined in the tinstall file. Like where it installs. And I can even probably get rid of this source part and just it'll install from the current location. And then the directory I mean, it's got to be a location on your computer. Like this, or is the other installer? Not that one. This one. So much going on here. So here's libdirectory, info name of executable. So it has some star pack stuff, star kit. Setlib. File, their name. Let's say tin. Make lib. Make directory. Tin dot. I want to make sure it copies to a temporary folder first. But then again, I also want a lot of versatility as far as what people can do. Like if you want to do a temporary installation, you can. Do puts info library here. It gives me the library location for the Tickle installation. And so if I go back 2 from there and go lib, like kind of what it does here. Directory name, info, and new effects. No, just right here, lib directory. We have a bin directory as well. An HTML directory. That's with Tickle lib. I want it to be very simple. I think having the variable dir represent a temporary folder that's then copied over I think would be good, and there could be a default for it. The default would be the latest version provided. So it'd actually be determined from this. Or I could require it. I'm getting like deja vu for some reason. So it could be extract, and then you just do source to the library directory as a subset of your like a directory within your Tickle installation by default, or it could be a full path. And then optionally the package and everything else. So it could be extract to directory from source, and then the source is default period, and then you could even have packages, just package. Do args. Arguments, directory, library, folder to extract to. Subfolder of tickle library. Lib folder. Relative to source directory. Default dot or current directory. Package name. I'm going to do args. Package. Requirements. It's going to be requirements, default, any version, key value pairing with requirement lists. Okay. So first of all, you create a temp folder with a dir being a temp folder. And then you check for each package requirements in args. If a length, well, first of all, check to see if the package is there. I could do like 10 extract source 10, 0.1 from deck downloads /10, and I want to look for 10, 0.1 version version requirements. To get uh, 10 requirements. Alex, if length args equals 0, set return 0 dash. Else if args I want that to be able to do exact like 1.0. Oops, looks like I lost my connection for a second there. Alright. Back. Version. Okay. Version dash version. X. Process for X. Get Rex. Get Rex. Let me just do this. Get Rex. And then just do args. Okay. Get Rex. Simplified processing of package version requirements. Converts exact version to version and no rex to 0 dash. If Lindex args0 equals dash force, set args L range args 1 to end, and set force 1 set force 0 optional dash force arg also process double dash for options. Parse arguments and process options. In case for some reason somebody decided to have a package called dash force, it should be dumb, but don't. You know what? No, nobody does that. Right now there's only one option. Import force import force foo. So now namespace import namespace import. There's an option for dash force. Set force blank, set force force import options. Import options. Let's do options. Options. Set options force. Or append options force. I think it's the only option, but there could be more in the future, you never know. Parse. Optional option arguments. Imports dash force. That's a lot. And the requirements can also have I could have also like an exact option. Exact force exact Rex could I have the requirements be the last thing? So like 10 import from foo or import foo as package 1.0 I feel like it needs to be like that. I think I'm gonna log out for tonight. Been going for a while. Oh my gosh, I've been going for 8 hours. It's been a full work day. Thanks for tuning in, everyone who did. I had a great time. Talked with a decent number of people. And just a couple, but I don't know. Just working. Why not go live with it and talk with people who happen to tune in to my incredibly boring programming, but I don't know, just vibing. So anyways, if you are actually watching this, this is a long video, you don't have to watch all of it. go outside or something. Alright, see you, Lampster.